Trust a little sign, so to be afraid. Just a little time, gonna make it fade. Your heart is gonna shine and you're gonna make us proud. Send a little light, gonna shine for you. Things will be alright, gonna get you through. Searching for a silver lining on this cloud. Amnesia, you forgot your name. Don't let your spirit fade away. Amnesia, you've been through such pain, but your little heart is growing stronger every day. Hey, don't fade away. Don't fade away. Amnesia, you've got this burden to bear now, hiding away from the world. But deep down behind that disguise that you wear now, I see a lost little girl. So trust a little sign, so to be afraid. Just a little time, gonna make it fade. Your heart is gonna shine and you're gonna make us proud. Send a little light, gonna shine for you. Things will be alright, gonna get you through. Searching for a silver lining on this cloud. Amnesia, you forgot your name. Don't let your spirit fade away. Amnesia, you've been through such pain, but your little heart is growing stronger every day. Hey, don't fade away. Don't fade away. Under your favorite full moon. Under your favorite full moon. You forgot your name. Don't let your spirit fade away. Amnesia, you've been through such pain, but you're growing stronger every day. Amnesia, you forgot your name. Don't let your spirit fade away. Amnesia, you've been through such pain, but your little heart is growing stronger every day. Hey, don't fade away. Don't fade away. Don't fade away. Don't fade away. When the world is on your shoulders, stay. Don't fade away.
What's up, guys? How's it going? Yobi, welcome back. Good to see you. Toasta, hope you had a good week. Tom says, may the force be with us tonight. Yes, indeed. I have a feeling we're going to need all the force help we can get. I still don't know why this is the plan. But the game didn't exactly give me an option, so, you know, we're rolling with it. Still seems dumb, though. Given, you know, all the stuff we've learned about what a brilliant idea it is to gather a bunch of Jedi all in one place. Yeah, the worst location was probably, KOTOR? Was that the name of the planet? The Miraluka planet. Hopefully I'm not forgetting anything that I need to do first. Toaster, you're not wrong. It is kind of what I'm doing with the Ebon Hawk now that you mention it. Although, to be fair, I kind of failed. I don't know if I'm gonna have another chance to prestige Mira and Theodore. I'm wondering if I maybe missed it, which... Uh-oh. Oh no. Please no technical difficulties tonight. Okay. Alright, we're okay, I think. Anyway. That and the... To be fair, this feels very endgamey, but I don't actually have anything to base that off of, other than it just kind of feels like it. Somebody told me a couple of weeks ago that I still had a fair bit of game to go after Korriban, and considering that Korriban is like the one planet that we managed to finish in one night, at least I think we finished it. As far as I know, we finished it. There could be a whole bunch of stuff after this that I'm not aware of, but... As someone that replays this a lot, I'll say I'm grabbing the popcorn. Okay. Here's the question I ask you guys every time we land on a new planet. Is there anybody in particular I need to bring with me for influence reasons? This has already got his popcorn. Popcorn. I don't know if it's too late to prestige Beadur and Mira if I can. I think those are the only two I have that are possible. Yeah, Atten already prestiged, and I went through the prestige conversation and meditation and stuff with Disciple. I don't know why I can't teach him any of my force tricks, but presumably he is also back to being a Jedi. Don't think so. Okay. Just wondering, because if I haven't fucked that up yet, then I might take those two. But then there's also... HK, according to this list, which is supposedly in order, HK has either more or more important plot relevant influence unlocks than Mandalore does. I won't lie, I like Mandalore better, but there's some things you could say about the influence opportunities, but I have a guide without spoilers, so I appreciate the spoiler sensitivity. I will say, if there's anybody who I should either stop bothering to try and gain influence with at this point, or if there's anybody who I should really, really prioritize gaining influence with at this point, feel free to give me names in that regard. Just because I don't consider knowing the mechanics a spoiler. Does that make sense? Like, especially since the whole influence system is so not explained at all how it works, or like depending on how much I hate myself to stay up until the end of this based on the time you ended last time. I have a lot to say later. Gotcha. Fair enough. Every week is me being torn between having so much fun with the game and the fact that I only get to play it once a week, at least most of the time, versus knowing that I'm gonna sleep so hard tomorrow. Binging your VODs, and I love how you overthink every dialogue. I'm glad you're getting some enjoyment out of the VODs. I try to highlight the like major stuff so that anybody who's only interested in like the major NPC like conversations and the companion quests and stuff like that can skip to that part without having to go through like all of my various gear distribution and level up overthinking and all the little running around getting lost stuff, you know. But that being said, I'm like 2 months behind on the highlights, so you know. Sorry. I'm sick over the weekend, so I might have to pause to cough every once in a while. Okay. So if it doesn't matter as far as influence who I bring with me, I think I'm inclined to bring Atten and Disciple. I'm not expecting Atris to be present. Kind of hope she's not. And of the other masters, I mean, Rook is kind of an ass, but it's just the three of them, right? It's Kavar, Rook, and That's Kyle. Because the one on Corbin was already dead, and Idris is a bitch. So if I'm remembering that correctly, there's slightly less of a reason to show up in full force with my own Padawans in tow. But at the same time, it's kind of satisfying, you know? Besides, they are Jedi. Mechanic guy ran away because I walked up to him with my lightsaber out by mistake. He ran away and he has never returned. Think we might beat the game tonight? Oh shit, really? That's how much I know. I guess if we're that close, it explains why it feels so endgamey. But, But also before Korriban, someone told me there was a fair bit left, and we went through Korriban faster than any other planet in this game, I think. Which almost, to be honest, almost makes me feel like I'm missing something there, but... Maybe next stream. Once a week is rough for this kind of thing. Yeah. That's why I take a screenshot at the end of every stream, is so I can remember what we were doing a week later. Because depending on the week, sometimes it feels like longer. There's a reason you made that one previous the one about having a lot to say. Gotcha. Oh, hold on. I should probably level blah, I can't talk. Level these guys up. There we go. That was words. Okay, what are we giving you? Oh. I've got the restore content mod. Delightful salvager camp. Oh yes, they are such delightful people, really. Okay. I was looking to see what level he was, so I had an idea of how many levels he has to catch up, and that was dumb because I don't remember what level I am either. So just this one, I guess. Needs more level 42. I mean, if the Force is life, and 42 is the meaning of life, does that mean that 42 is the Force? Nobody knows is the answer, I think. Wouldn't mind a whole hour pondering on that question. Unfortunately, despite knowing the reference, I have not actually read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So there is a fairly limited amount of depth I can go into with that one. Would need a lore refresher for sure. Making sure I was turning the right direction, because you never know. There's always much to say about the life of the universe and everything. Okay. Interesting. I'm definitely not super on edge for no particular reason whatsoever. They were probably just showing me which door to go in, right? Hey son, how's it going? Good to see you. Even if it's just so long, thanks for all the fish. I had a couple of friends in like high school, early college, who were obsessed. So most of the more common references I've heard before and know where they come from. Which probably just makes it worse. Ah, show me the rebuilt enclave. Fair enough. It does. Actually, you know what? Take a second and appreciate their work. They need some groundskeeping, but fair enough. It does look better. this door opens now, which I'm pretty sure it didn't before, so, you know. I did, thanks. Hope you did too. Here we go.
Out of my way. I am Colonel Tobin of the Underon Lord, I bring news of the Jedi, a place where you may feed. Telos, Master. There is an academy of Jedi on Telos, perhaps hundreds of them. Enough to sustain you, and enough for you to free Onderon. Enough for you to free Onderon.
Interesting. I wonder who fed in that little tidbit of information. I mean, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the only person besides Atris is that everybody on Telos, except for Atris, was specifically trained not to feel the Force, right? Like the handmaidens and all that? Nice. Snow's house and fountains, but it's considering what a wreck it was previously. Nice job. They're like, we worked hard on this shit. We gotta show it off sometime. Been a bunch of snow here. Oof. It's been like late January levels of cold and rainy here, to be honest. Not quite cold enough for snow, but cold enough to be absolutely miserable. If only you actually had popcorn. Kreia told him when you defeated Vaklu. You retook the palace. Oh. I completely forgot about that. I do vaguely remember now. In my defense, she has so many like behind the scenes moments that it's easy to overlook one or two.
It has been some time. The years have not been kind to us both, it seems. But perhaps now they will see the truth at last.
It is not as it was.
But perhaps that is for the best.
We were wondering when you would arrive. This moment has taken some time to reach us, and I imagine you have many questions.
Or perhaps you've come for revenge.
Weren't there for that stream, so weren't sure if I'd seen that. Yeah. Yeah, I saw it. I had just forgotten about it. My defense, Kreia do be scheming a lot. I usually look on with suspicion and then don't work extra hard to retain it because my character doesn't know it anyway, so I figure I'll be reminded eventually. Whenever. I hate Rook so much more than Atris. Kreia scheming? Nah, never. I'm guessing this is one of those where it's gonna narrow down to like the first and the fifth option. Like it's probably gonna come back to this list every time I ask her a question. I'm hoping. Why did you cast me out of the order?
We cast you out of the order because you followed Revan to war. There was no other reason.
No, there was another. You had become different somehow, changed. The war had changed you.
You were no longer a Jedi, but we could not tell you why. Some explanations mean nothing unless the one who suffers comes to the answer on their own. What had happened to you was punishment enough, and the Jedi do not kill their prisoners.
And if you had stayed, you would have changed us, and that we could not allow.
Back in 90 seconds. Yeah. Changed you? What do you mean?
You already know the answer. You've noticed it in those who travel with you.
What are you talking about?
Have you noticed that when you act, others follow?
Those that travel with you.
There's something wrong here. A disturbance in the Force.
They follow you, without question, without hesitation.
Against their instincts, and sometimes against their sense.
It is because you are a leader, but that still fails to grasp the meaning of what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm a little unclear. By the way, YouTube should not have ads. If I don't schedule 3 minutes of ads on Twitch, then they tend to just play ads whenever they want, and I try to keep mid-rolls off so that anybody just coming in doesn't get instantly face blasted with an ad. But I'm not monetized on YouTube, so there should be no YouTube ads. I haven't gotten a single ad. Yeah. Just FYI. You miss out on the follower emotes and the channel points and stuff, but in exchange for no ads. So it's kind of a whatever matters more to you trade-off currently. I'm not 100%... So, Visas just did the Kreia thing. And usually, when it happens with Kreia, I hear her. So I assume that my character heard Visas just then, right? Point thingies are worth it. I really should have the Obi-Wan hello there. It would be a straight rip of one of Genobi's channel point redemptions, but he got rid of his...
Shiny. Must be bad guys.
That works too. Explain yourself.
It is not an easy thing to explain. Surely you are familiar with force bonds. It is the bond that develops between apprentice and master when one truly understands another. It is developed over time through understanding of each other. Yet you do it so easily, and we do not know why.
You make connections through the Force, and it resonates with those who travel with you. The resonance is even greater when they, too, are Force-sensitive.
Your actions affect others more than you know. You draw others to you, especially those strong in the Force.
When you suffer, their spirit echoes it. And when they are in pain, their pain becomes yours.
How does this happen?
We do not know, but it is not the first time you felt the weight of so many lives.
And that is why the Mandalorian Wars echo within you still.
So all those deaths at Malachor.
We did not cut you off from the Force. You were merely deafened to it. Because of that last battle of the Mandalorian Wars.
The screams of countless thousands, Jedi and Mandalorians, crushed by the planet's gravity, annihilated.
Their lives still scream across the surface of that dead planet, and within you. To hear the Force over such pain, it is not possible. It was too much for any Jedi to endure, and it is a wonder that you did not die there when thousands perished. All those you had fought with, struggled with. You cut yourself off because you had to if you were to survive. You had hints of it in the war on Doxon. Malachor was simply the final blow.
You were deafened.
At last, you could hear.
You were broken.
You were whole.
You were blinded.
And at last, you saw.
When you returned to us, we saw what had happened. You carry all those deaths at Malachor within you. And it has left a hole, a hunger that cannot be filled.
In you, we saw a wound in the Force.
In you, we saw the end of the Force.
Was Kreia saying I was whole when I couldn't feel the Force? Or did I miss a context in there somewhere? Ah, the popcorn. Can damage the Force itself. Crazy. It also did not escape my notice that they described me freakishly like she described her former apprentice. The man who's not a man anymore, I guess? Also, safe to assume I was hearing what Kreia was saying. I think the like fog frame thing was going on, but I was paying more attention to what she was saying and keeping up than I was with visual effects, but that makes no sense. I can feel the Force again.
Yes. You can feel the Force, but you cannot feel yourself. You are a cipher, forming bonds, leeching the life of others, siphoning their will and dominating them. It is the teaching of these new Sith, to feed on others, on other Force sensitives. They are symptomatic of the wound in the Force. You are a breach that must be closed. You transmit your pain, your suffering through the Force. Within you we see something worse than merely the teachings of the Sith. What you carry may mean the death of the Force, and the death of the Jedi.
I really wish somebody other than Rook had been saying that part, because Rook is so cynical and prone to catastrophizing everything to do with me that I have a hard time knowing how much of that is him catastrophizing and how much is real. If only Vandar was still here. Yeah, really. What you just said is all true. I feel like, but I can feel the Force strongly is kind of just a repeat of what I just said. I'm stronger. Stronger than I ever was.
So you think. It is not the strength of a Jedi you feel.
He's right. It's all the death you've caused to get here. You feed on it, and you grow stronger. You're like Malachor. It's in you, it's what you are now. You must have noticed as you fought across all these planets, killing hundreds, only to become more and more powerful. Why do you think that was?
But what's worse...
Because I'm in a video game and I was leveling up.
It hasn't gone away. It's gotten stronger. And the more attachments you form, the more you draw others to you.
And that is why you are a threat to us all.
Wait, I thought
You know what the choice is. If you don't warn them, then the Republic will fall. All those countless lives, innocent lives.
Or the one.
What if other Jedi went to war as you did, suffered the same events, and emerged as you did? What if there was a crucible that trained such Jedi to consume and kill?
For you, Malachor was that crucible.
What's worse is these Sith that we face. I fear that they have learned the lesson of Malachor all too well. It is what allows them to prey on Force users, to become stronger when Force sensitives are near.
Somehow they have learned their hunger from you. And so you have brought about the end of the Jedi, and perhaps all the knowledge of the Force. But it is of no consequence. Your ability to make such connections, such bonds so easily are why you cannot remain.
And so you wait, as a shadow.
Yes, we are alike that way, blinded one.
I would have thought you would walk with her amongst the Jedi. But that is not the way of the Sith, is it?
Do not speak to me of the ways of the Sith. You, of all of us, have no conception of what it means to be Sith.
That's kind of why I
You
liked
are
her,
a
to be
threat
honest.
to living creatures and all who feel the Force.
You will lead the Sith here, and that we cannot allow.
Our judgment before remains. Exile. You must leave. And you must leave without your tie to the Force. It is a punishment reserved for only a few, and only when necessary. But we have the power to cut you off from the Force, and it must be done.
Forgive us, but it is necessary.
Your high charisma stat is a threat to us? Uh-oh. Yes, that was the thought you were having? Oh, that point in particular? Love how meta it was. Yes. That was highly entertaining. And clever. I like when they get clever with game mechanics like that, where they kind of like weave the fact that you are playing a game into the story in ways you don't expect. That's really cool. I'm a little bit bummed because I thought it was going to be another one of those circular conversations where it would be a couple of lines and then we'd go back to the first 5 with 3 questions and then the no, I'm going to kill you, or the we need to band together to stop the etc. I'm kind of bummed that I picked the whole why did you cast me out instead of what did you talk about after you cast me out, because arguably, that's the one I know less about. K2, but Malik forever. Welcome in. Such fear from the Jedi, presented with such a reasonable tone. Yeah, really. I'm a little bit surprised that there is no, like, question without committing one way or the other option here. It's either yes, yes, or no, no, in varying degrees of severity, I guess. Finally got a KOTOR 2 stream. Yay. Yeah, we haven't even been live an hour, so good timing. Learned last time, apathy is death. I mean, you're not wrong. That's a good point. Although, to be fair, asking questions isn't apathetic. But point taken. I still maintain that I wasn't being apathetic then either, but maybe apathy had a different definition back in 2004 or whatever. I don't know. Part of me wonders if this is a test. Like if they're trying to see if I'm light-sided enough to accept it. They may or may not take it as, like, me learning from quote-unquote past mistakes by listening to the council this time. But it doesn't really matter how they take it, I guess. As far as that, anyway. Limitations of gaming dialogue. Yeah, really. I don't know why they made these the only 4 options. It's quite disappointing. Yeah. I wish there was some option, any option, to basically say something to the effect of, like, I've been without the Force before and I friggin' hated it. How sure are you of this? And are you sure it will fix the problem? And then I want to do an insight check, even though that's a D&D thing, not a video game thing. You know, something that's not a no, but it doesn't feel like just willingly being like, okay, sure, I'll go back to the pits of mental hell, which is kind of what it sounded like it felt like. I also wish there was a question or an option to ask if their whole argument or their whole, like, case that they're making here started with me being excessively connected to my crew. So I also wish that there was an option to be like, what's going to happen to them? Is that going to, like, fuck them up, basically? Not that, you know, the well-being of half a dozen... Not that the mental soundness of half a dozen people would be worth trading the entire galaxy for, but I would like to be able to make the point that it matters and that I'm thinking about it, you know? Game is somewhat similar to D&D in dialogues where you have an extra option. I mean, yeah. And I know that it's an earlier version of D&D based. What I meant by a D&D thing, not a video game thing, is just, like, I can't raise my hand and be like, DM, can I insight check that to literally whoever I happen to be talking to? Jedi are too sure this will fix the problem based on too little information. They can't be convinced otherwise. Yeah. Jedi have always been cowards and this proves it. It does feel that way. I guess one of my concerns is that because there's no dialogue option to like point that out, that how could they possibly be this confident and not based on much? Because there's no option to point that out, it makes me the meta video gamer part of my brain get nervous that this is a very like black and white, dark side, light side option, and that basically the whole either of the no options is just gonna like plunge me straight into the dark side and prove everybody's fears about me wrong, and instead of me calling out the Jedi on their blind cowardice, I guess. If that makes sense. In this case, I would say that check is built into all your conversations. Making a mistake based on their bias? And call the Jedi cowards. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I really wish I could turn to Kavar or Zezkael and ask them if they thought this when I conversed with them a couple of days ago or however long it's been in game. And be like, were you thinking this then? Because it's been a while since I Zezkael, but I'm pretty sure Kavar said it was good to have me back. Or something to that effect. I might be imagining that based on just some vibe that I misinterpreted, but I definitely thought that he was like glad I was alive and back, basically. Gaming morality being too black and white at times, yeah. Part of why I'm torn is because so far this game has been surprisingly not necessarily super black and white. It's been surprisingly nuanced. Compared to what I would have expected anyway. Which I think might also be part of why the straight yes or no option makes me nervous. If I... You're so sure in this answer to cut you off from the Force, refusing to face the real threat, says, believing this is the only solution. They're so blinded by arrogance. Yeah, too, maybe. You'll fight us to defend your personal autonomy? You must be evil. Yeah? I mean, when you give me the options of yes or no, Rook probably convinced them all through Jedi dogma before you arrives at your threat. That's why I want to ask. That's exactly, literally exactly what I was thinking. Why I want to turn to either Kavar, Zezkael, or both, and be like, were you guys thinking this a couple of days ago? Because if not, then I would feel way more comfortable saying no, because I don't trust Rook's judgment, frankly. I trust theirs marginally more, which is part of why I'm considering going with the if this is what must be done, then I accept it, is just because there are two of them and one of Rook, and I trust their judgment more than I trust Rook's. That being said, I don't know how council politics work. For all I know, he could have been their superior when there was a full council or something. I don't know how that works, so. You pick the right options. Kavar does tend to be quite amicable on their own. I guess I picked the right options because he was nice. I mean, I enjoyed my conversation with him every bit as much as I did with Zezkael, which is saying something because Zezkael also had the benefit of being contrasted against Atris, who I had just spoken to previously, so by comparison, Zezkael was a breath of fresh air. Yeah, if only Vandar was here to help me out, for sure. Let's just say the scene can be a little different depending on what you do on the planet you visit. By that, I'm guessing that there was a chance that they just attacked me outright instead of having this lovely little chat with me. And, giving me the opportunity to say yes or no to them stripping me of the Force again. Well, not them stripping me again, but letting them be the ones to make me again forceless. Wish Vandar was here. Would have made a difference in this situation. Yeah. Hope you'll get a chance to replay it and find out someday. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna ask a very specifically worded question to avoid spoilers, but also to give myself some sort of, like, grounding in my overthinking. Like, some sort of measurement of how deep I'm supposed to be going with the overthinking, basically. You know how when you're taking a multiple choice test, sometimes if you go back and reread questions, you end up switching what would have been a right answer to a wrong answer because you overthink it and you second guess yourself? That's kind of what I'm trying to avoid here. So, is the game assuming that I'm thinking into it far enough to be sitting here going, oh, okay, so they don't have, like, any information to base this off of. This makes no sense. And even if I'm trying to go as light-sided as possible, like, is the game accounting for that variable of the Jedi not being perfect? Or is it as straightforward as it seems, where for whatever reason in this particular interaction there just isn't that level of nuance, and so overthinking is gonna fuck me over? I probably should have made those easier. Option 1, the game is expecting me to consider that the Jedi could be wrong, and it's possible to be light-sided while calling them on it. Or option 2, my overthinking is going to get me dark side points, and it's as straightforward as it seems in this particular instance. I'm just asking for, like, a how much nuance is expected, and how much is my own being extra about it, I guess. Seem like the type is able to easily come up with way more depths of things that there might necessarily be at times. Exactly why I'm asking. What's interesting? Probably not going to pay off in this scenario. Okay. See, that's why I was asking, is because sometimes the overthinking is just a fun way to make a decision. Like in companion conversations where it's really not that deep. It's not fate of the galaxy changing, for example. And let's see. Riley, how's it going? Good to see you. Okay. By the way, I still don't know whether it's Lol Caver, Lol Caver, Lol Caver. Tell me how to pronounce it, and I will do my best to remember. I know you said I pronounced it wrong last time, but I don't think you told me how to pronounce it correctly. Either way, worst part of a test is overthinking changing an answer that was originally right. Yeah, can you tell that was an example from experience? Chose option 4 and didn't get dark side points. Interesting. Okay. When fear is weaponized by Rook, the judgments of the other two are compromised. I think their problem is that they're too good at listening. They're too... What's the word I'm looking for? I hate this word now because it's become such a buzzword, but in the original sense, empathetic, I think, where they're too willing and able to put themselves in another person's perspective and think about it from another person's perspective, that it makes them easier to convince of things, I think. That's an interesting point, though. Say however you think it is. Don't mind, everyone butchers it. Cover. Cover? Cover. Gotcha. I waited for you, Yobi. And anybody else who was stuck in ads. No problem. It annoys me that I can't make a case for why I'm making the choice, because I have a feeling I'm going to get completely misjudged for the choice that I make. But I have actually very practical, like, galaxy survival level reasons. Because they know that the big Sith threat can track them based on the Force. What I'm pretty sure I haven't had the chance to tell any of them yet is that apparently Visa's master can't sense me in the Force, which means that I am a necessary weapon for them. Even if they're not wrong that I'm also a liability. It should at least be discussed, and I'm a little worried that I'm basically torn between the middle two. I'm ruling out number one, and kind of did from the beginning, because it's not being framed as a punishment, it's being framed as preservation of the Force and the freaking galaxy. So, you know, fair enough. They don't have tone indicators. If it was, like, marked as being sarcastic, then maybe, but I have a feeling it's probably not meant to be sarcastic. They would never trust you as an ally. You'll wound like their enemy. I mean, you're probably not wrong. But also, how much of the galaxy has to get swallowed before they get desperate enough to try? Before they're willing to take someone offering allyship over the alternatives for swallowing the whole galaxy, you know? Whether it was too late or not is a different question, but... The last one I kind of ruled out for two reasons. First off, the very pedantic, probably, reason of I have no idea if they have to touch me to, like, steal my force sense away from me or not. But the smartass in my brain, in their shoes, would be, if I didn't have to touch them, would be like, okay, nobody has to touch you. Zap. Granted, they not only are not smartasses like I am, but I have a feeling Rook is about as anti-smartass humor as a person could possibly be. As a Jedi rules lawyer. I would go for the second option if it was followed by a but. But anything, really. If this is what must be done, then I will accept it, but insert question or clarification or challenge to the amount of information that they have. Literally just about anything. Insert here. Number 3, the biggest draw is that it pushes back without threatening anybody. You've picked some interesting options with Rook in the earlier quests. His reactions are fun. I think the main reason I'm leaning toward 3 is because it doesn't turn it into an instant I'm calling your bluff, and if you're not bluffing, I'll kill you. But it leaves... It's the one that I could most see opening up the potential for further discussion about it. I guess, would be the way I would put it. Rook is an old man and a fool. I wish it was I can't instead of I won't.
Do not be afraid. You shall feel no pain, but this must be done. As long as you feel the Force, you are a danger to those around you.
I actually clicked accidentally, but it was basically the one I chose anyway.
Step away from her.
What?
Step away! She has brought truth, and you condemn it. The arrogance. You will not harm her. You will not harm her ever again.
I thought you had died in the Mandalorian Wars.
Die? No. Became stronger. Yes.
Is this your new master, Exile? If so, then you follow Revan's path. Her teachings will cause you to fall as surely as she did.
She is difficult to see. She's like a shadow of the Exile. We sought to lure the Sith out, and now they have come to us.
How could you ever hope to know the threat you face when you have never walked in the dark places of the galaxy, faced war and death on such a scale? If you had traveled far enough, rather than waiting for the echo to reach you, perhaps you would have seen it for what it was. Did you not hear its call on Dantooine Vrook, on its scarred surface, and in the minds of the settlers? I have endured your corruption of my other students. You shall not have this one. And you, Kavar, so close to the call of Duxan, tell me, did you not feel what poured from the moon, what had taken place there? And Zezkael, to hide upon Nar Shaddaa, yet blind yourself to all that happens there. So close to understanding the Force. So close to giving it up. There is a place in the galaxy where the dark side of the Force runs strong. It is something of the Sith, but it was fueled by war. It corrupts all that walks on its surface, drowns them in the power of the dark side. It corrupts all life, and it feeds on death. Revan knew the power of such places, and the power in making them. They can be used to break the will of others, of Jedi, promising them power and turning them to the dark side. Did you never wonder how Revan corrupted so many of the Jedi, so much of the Republic, so quickly? The Mandalorian Wars were a series of massacres that masked another war, a war of conversion, culminating in a final atrocity that no Jedi could walk away from, save one. And that is what I sought to understand. How one could turn away from such power, give up the Force, and still live. But I see what happened now. It is because you were afraid. As you would pass judgment on her, I have come to pass judgment on you all. Do you wish to feel the teachings born of the Mandalorian Wars? Of all tragedies that scream across the galaxy? Let me show you, you who have forever seen the galaxy through the Force. See it through the eyes of the Exile.
I mean, I guess that's one way to force empathy. The fuck?
It is done. She is no more. Take me to Atris. She will have the strength to do what the Council cannot.
What are we gonna do? If we don't stop her, then everyone, everywhere, they're gonna lose their lives.
If I lose her, it will be my failing. It is the failing of the Jedi who followed Revan. It is a failing of their teaching.
Soon your ship will come, my master. I will bring her before you, but I will not let you have her. Soon your ship shall come from that which made you.
I know you can hear me. I have always known. It is why I followed you. I have destroyed planets for you, General, but now, this once, if we could save something in this galaxy. I need to do this, or I will die inside, like I died at Malachor 5.
Holy shit. Oh my god, that was so much epic everything. Holy fuck. Best cutscene in the whole game. Hell yeah. Sorry about all the screenshot noises, but I don't want to miss a second of that, and I did miss the part where she threw them away from me, so I had to get some extra awesome screenshots for later. I'd like you to notice, Revan, love Revan, yes. I'd like you to notice how Kreia did not tell a single lie. They always say new journal entry added when they're taking one away.
And so it begins.
Oh, I will. I wanted to reread the conversation real quick because with really cool cutscenes especially, I tend to miss auditory details. So I wanted to make sure I got all the details and didn't miss anything significant. So I was just skimming through the thing while it was still in my history because I know it won't be there indefinitely. But then I'm definitely going to go check on the masters because, well, won't that be interesting? I think it's just these two lines. Because Cover said I did not tell a single lie. To be fair, she didn't say I was dead, but assuming that she was referring to me. And going to do what the council cannot? If I'm supposed to know what this line in particular means, specifically, I'm missing it. If it's still supposed to be somewhat mysterious, then it succeeded, obviously. But, to be fair, I'm not an exile anymore. So I guess, like, if she had said the exile is no more, from a certain point of view, yeah, that would be accurate. I guess she could be referring to anybody, not necessarily just me, but whatever. Comments from my companions were very sweet. I assume the her that Mira was referring to is Kreia? Because Mira and I are buddies. Like, we may not be, like, BFFs. We haven't achieved the forever part yet. But I think we're, like, pretty close to besties. However, I don't have actual terms for, like, different levels on the influence meter. I don't even know how many there are, but hopefully you get what I mean. Um, I realized I can just record it, and even if it disappears out of my messages thing, I can come back later when I'm like, did she say XYZ, without having to, like, Google it and risk actual spoilers. Here we go. Who you were from the Mandalorian War? Now you're a very different person. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. There has no reason to be truthful with the Handmaiden sisters. Aegis is the one that matters to her. Also fair. I don't have any clever names, so we're just gonna go with... Yep, nope, absolutely not. Master is dead, drained of life. Body is worse than lifeless. Absence in the Force. Uh-oh. Formation! How's it going? Good to see you. How was your week? You'll have to forgive me, I'm still in a little bit of shell shock from the friggin' insane cutscene we just went in. Traumatic events. I mean... I'm not sure I would go quite as far as trauma yet. Definitely a little bit of shell shock, though. That's annoying. It's the first lock I haven't been able to pick in quite a while. Hang on. Might have... Oh shit, which one was I wearing before? Oh, that's the gloves I was thinking of, okay. Thank you for the reminder that I could do that. I was about to start bashing it. Oh. Oh dear. But blowing it up doesn't break things, and... I figured they were going to say that, but it was worth a shot. I have, as far as deadly level, I have Deadly Sonic and Deadly Frag, and I tried both, and neither worked. Unless it's a roll. I mean, I could try bashing it, it's just... If I remember from what you guys have told me before, bashing has the potential to lose stuff, and, exploding doesn't. Am I gonna get a chance to come back here? Yeah. XP for me. I only ask because... I did try it with... Jesus. When I tried it with all my gear on? Oh! I'm an idiot. I forgot about spikes again. Didn't even require a tunneler. Thank you for the reminder that that's even an option in this game. Okay, cool. I'll make sure I didn't miss anything in this corner. I did not explore the room very well, to be fair. Oh, Force Valor can buff up your stats to help with skill checks too. I have, I think, 1 level? Yeah. I have Force Valor. I don't have anything better than Force Valor, but... What are your thoughts, Tim? You probably already talked about it, but let's fuck. Well, shit. I mean, to be fair, I overthought that one, do I let them, or do I agree to let them take the Force away from me question for... We sat there talking about and overthinking that one for quite a while. I'm sure will come as no surprise. Masters were so connected and dependent upon the Force that they had no identity of their own beyond it. Stripped of it, they couldn't bear existence anymore. To them, life without the Force is worse than death. That's how I've interpreted it. Interesting. Presumably something that they didn't realize until they experienced it for even an instant themselves. Because how could you understand something like that, having had it your whole life? Any shield suit. Way back on Citadel Station, did you get a combo with... Yes. That was a really interesting one, and that's also where I started softening toward Atten a little bit. Because... What happened here?
She's gone. The handmaidens came for her. They know who she is now.
Where are they taking her?
They'll take her to Telos, and Atris will do what she'll do with anyone she thinks is a Sith.
Information says that's why Kreia doesn't respect the Jedi, and it's why she's so obsessed with the main character. She made a decision no one ever made. Interesting, that makes sense. You realize the exile cut herself off from the Force out of pure necessity. Still, most Jedi would have preferred death to life without the Force. Respects that you were willing to live life without it. That makes sense. It also makes sense given that she seems to be... I think it wouldn't be an inaccurate phrase to say she seems like the ruthlessly pragmatic type, where anything done, any act of done in desperation for survival, like that intense drive to just fucking survive, seems like it would be the sort of thing that would get respect from her. So that kind of makes sense. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you might be a fan of K2. Really? What tipped that off? Most capable Jedi? Strip away the Force and watch what happens as they try to do anything. Fiercely individualistic. Strength is ultimate virtue. Yeah, that makes sense. Hang on. As dumb as this is going to make me sound, I just remembered, even though my Force bond with Kreia was the first thing I thought of when, I think it was Rook was like, I'm sure you've heard of force bonding, because the thought in my head was, yeah, in fact, pretty sure I've had conversations with all of you about it. Even though I just had all those thoughts, I completely forgot about that when she went to Atris. I want context on those two sentences I didn't understand before, because ah. Okay. So the strength to do what the council cannot would be presumably kill Kreia. What I'm very curious about because even if I, as a player, momentarily forgot about the whole presumed if she dies, I die thing, obviously we haven't tested that theory yet, but, you know. Let's get some spicy dialogue in the next section. Awesome. Okay. Atris will execute her.
Yeah, she will. If she can.
It says they're planning to attack Telos. Thing will be decided there.
That's what I was afraid you'd say.
I'm a little bummed that they're not gonna let me check in with anybody else? Okay. Do you think about the fact that Jared knows you can hear his thoughts and has always known? Honestly, with the asterisk that I have been known to momentarily forget about rather significant details from time to time, so I might be missing something. Also, uh-oh. Oh, okay.
Is something wrong? You look troubled. I can feel it.
I thought his part of the cutscene was actually really touching. I thought that was really sweet. Because I think he even said, didn't he, it's why he followed me. So he never felt the need to bring it up until it was relevant to point it out. He never questioned me about it or got defensive about it or even, like, took advantage of the convenience of knowing he didn't have to talk out loud to me. Like, that's nice too. Just the consideration to not, like, be spamming my thoughts with whatever comments he comes up with and just come talk to me like a normal person and only use it when he has to. That's also really nice. I appreciate that. That's thoughtful. Can you?
That is an odd answer. What did you mean by it?
Do you ever wonder why you're with me?
Never. I believe in what we are doing, what you are doing. I'm here because I choose to be.
But how do you know?
I simply do. There is nothing I can show you as proof, except give you my word. Something happened within the Enclave. What is it?
Not sure how much influence you got with him, so I'm not sure I can share my full interpretation. I don't think I'm maxed out. I think I'm very close. I'm like maybe whatever one level below max is. Part of the problem is that there are a couple of people who I thought I was either really close or definitely maxed out on, who I then had influence failures within conversation. Disciple was one. I thought I was maxed out on influence with him because he was all the way at the top of the light side meter when I was. But then I got a conversation option where it was influence failure. But I don't remember if I actually... No, I didn't actually have any dialogue failures with Theodore because... I'm not sure I've had a single influence check in conversation with him ever. If I have, it was just really early on, so I don't know where I stand with Theodore. I know I'm not maxed out, unfortunately. Seems touching, but a dark side playthrough reveals some disturbing evidence for the Jedi's theory on your will dominating others being true. Yikes. I don't hate Disciple. I mean, he comes off a little bit as a posh know-it-all at first, but... I mean, no offense to any Brits in the chat, it doesn't help that he talks very British. Something about the tone of his voice and the accent combined, until you get to know him, kind of makes him sound a little bit like a know-it-all. But I definitely don't hate him. I like him. Yeah, very posh. Trying to weigh the details of these options, figure out which one feels more true, or more like an accurate summary, if that makes sense. Two and three kind of get to the heart of the troubling bit. Quick point of lore clarification. Did I actually cause the whatever gravity catastrophe happened on Malachor? Was that actually my doing? Or is that the exile taking responsibility because she feels like it's her fault when it might not actually be? KOTOR 2 is complete. Are you going back to KOTOR 1 for Dark Side playthrough? I hadn't actually thought about it yet, honestly. Hey Manny, welcome in. You did, yes, you were the general of that raid. Okay, to be fair, all I've gathered is that it was some kind of like gravity implosion that crushed everybody. But I don't know enough about physics in the Star Wars universe to have any idea what can cause... Ah, mass shadow generator. Okay, gotcha. That was the detail I was missing. It might have been told to me, but I didn't... If it was, I didn't know what it meant enough to remember it. Interesting question. I've always seen that. Disciple is cool. Y'all just have daddy issues. I've seen that as evidence that you determine your own fate. Choose to become a malignant wound or a benign wound. Interesting. Not exactly what I was referring to, but I definitely agree that's one of the main themes of the game. Self-autonomy versus destiny. Taking responsibility for everyone. Lured everyone into a trap before the mass shadow generator got activated. Gotcha. All three of these options include an important detail, but none of them include all the important details. Like, option 1 answers this question about why I'm... Like, he asked what happened at the Enclave, but he asked it because I was asking him all these questions about why he's sure that basically the pilot for Hiroshima. Gotcha. But what prompted him to ask was me asking all the questions about, are you sure it's your choice to be here? So, number 1 answers that part of the question. Two and 3 cover technically the actual question he asked, what happened at the Enclave, or what did you learn at the Enclave, I guess. But 2 starts introduces the idea that it's me being alive that's the problem. Number 3 introduces that it could kill the Force, not just be... Because a wound in the Force could mean any number of things, hyperbolic or not. But it doesn't specifically explain that the whole problem is that it could cause the death of the Force. Manipulation can be healing, or KT can be domination. Trey says that on Narshta. Or it can be. Okay, that makes more sense. I'm sitting here going, what does KT stand for? I thought I was just being dumb and not thinking of what it was. That's a good point. I'm just trying to decide which is the more important detail to start with, because I'm guessing I'm not going to get to come back to the others. I'm thinking 2 or 3. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yobi. I appreciate all the context in chat. I will say that sometimes I phrase stuff as questions because that's how I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking out loud to share the thought process with you guys. Don't feel like you have to answer everything, because a lot of them are just rhetorical thinking out loud questions, you know? Yeah, I'm kind of leaning toward 2. Because it gets to the heart of the matter, but leaves all of the whys and hows out of it, which then gives him the option to ask why and how, and for me to explain the rest of the story, I guess. They're fascinating options to explore them. One reason I replayed this so much. Oh yeah, definitely. I was a wound in the Force. As long as I live, that wound will never heal.
Then they do not understand you. That is the danger of being a Jedi. When one separates themselves from others, chooses to lead a life of isolation, denying what makes them a feeling being, it is easy to make such judgments. And such judgments, I believe, are made in ignorance. There is no danger in what you represent, other than your humanity. You change others, but I do not believe it is due to the Force. I believe it is because you are a natural leader, and because you feel connected to the people around you. Where they look at you and see the death of the Force, I look at you and see hope for all life. And that perhaps a life lived without the Force is not the punishment it is believed to be. I will understand if you feel you must go alone, but I ask that you do not. Instead, take strength from your connections to others. Do not forsake them, as you did in exile. There are others who need to know you. Telos needs you. The planet and all its people are in danger. If we do not stop the Sith now, then the Republic will fall. Admiral Onasi, I have found the exile, and that which hunts the Jedi. The Sith will attack Telos. They believe many Jedi lie hidden on its surface. We are going there now to aid them. Mikal out.
Wasn't expecting to see Karth again. I mean, we've seen T3's hologram memory of him quite a few times, but, you know. So do you only get that Uh-oh. I just realized the game has been on this loading screen for too long. Oh dear. So, what I was about to ask while the game figures out if it's gonna load or not. So if you don't have high influence with him, is it the same conversation? Does he say the same nice things, or is that partially because I built up that influence with him? Also, the writers must have been chuckling devilishly to each other over calling the mechanic influence, given this shit. Goddamn. Hopefully I didn't miss anything.
Who is there?
Who I am is not the question.
I am Atris, Jedi Master, the last historian of the Jedi, the last of the Jedi.
Those are titles, words you cling to as the darkness falls around you. It is not the first time we have met, Atris. I was here before.
With the exile?
Yes, I was here both times when the exile was brought before you.
Who are you?
I was the one who asked her to be exiled.
I did as you asked, so long ago. You seem familiar to me.
Atris, I have always been here.
You are that which has attacked the Jedi. You are Sith.
Sith is a title, yes, but like you, the title is not who I am. It is not what I believe. For you, it is different. Know that there was once a Darth Treya, and that she cast aside that role, was exiled, and found a new purpose. But there must always be a Darth Treya, one that holds the knowledge of betrayal, who has been betrayed
Cut by the scuffed,
heart, and will betray in turn. You have bathed in the knowledge
or
of
cut
Sith,
in the vanilla game.
but there is not enough truth in such teachings. But it will be a step for you. You have gathered Sith holocrons, Sith teachings from across the galaxy. It is why you have chosen servants who cannot feel the Force. And most importantly, they cannot feel what you have become.
I have sought to preserve the Jedi Order, and I have gathered all that I know of the Sith to this place, so I might find them and stop them.
I had wondered if any of these holocrons had survived Dantooine. You have taken relics from one destroyed planet to the devastation of another.
It was always intended for the Jedi to retreat to Telos should Dantooine be attacked, taking all their lore with them. We could not allow the tragedy at Ossus to happen again.
Such an act marked Telos for destruction. It is why the Sith came here, though the fleet commanders did not know why. It is why Revan ordered its destruction to mark the beginning of the Jedi's civil war. It was a message that there would be no place for the Jedi to retreat, to hide. I would not be surprised if Revan left other gifts beneath the surface of the planet. Much can be buried beneath graveyards that will never be found.
When the Sith attacked, I felt Telos die. Turbo lasers fell like lightning upon the landscape, as they did on Dantooine, and so many died, so many voices, screaming in pain.
Yes, such acts leave their mark on the galaxy. Their cries travel far, though few can hear them.
How did it happen?
Search your heart. It was never battle that called to you, never battle that caused you to fall. Alacor 5 has touched many things, and it casts its echoes still.
Why did she betray me?
You betrayed yourself. Do not blame the exile. And unlike you and I, there is still a chance that one may be saved. The one that you cast out.
Where is the exile? I had thought...
Oh, she will come, but it will be too late to save either of us. It is such a quiet thing to fall, but far more terrible is to admit it. Your mistress awaits. She has much to share with you.
Vanilla, most of the dialogue was cut. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I was very worried there for a second that the scuffed load had cut off something, and I was going to restart it if it did. I was looking for specifically the lines that... There were like one or two lines that I missed because I had to shift gear from processing to making word make sense. But then I realized I had a lot of epic conversation here I could record for future nostalgia. Don't ask me why I do this. It's sort of like a... I have the whole thing on stream, but I want to preserve the epicness. Is this about the... Know that there was once a Darth Treya. Cast tried that role, was exiled for a new purpose. There must always be a Darth Treya, one that holds the knowledge of betrayal, who's been betrayed in their heart and will betray in turn. Taking it, Darth Treya was Kreia. Is Kreia semantics, but you know what I mean. Bathed in the knowledge of the Sith, there's not enough truth in such teachings. It'll be a step for you. And then this is where my brain caught up again. Good night, I can go get more tea. This is what a place. Revan did order the destruction of Telos. Canderous, you liar. I completely forgotten I'm saying anything about that. Even more spicier dialogue to come. I think Revan could have ordered Telos to be conquered and Malak still ordered the destruction. Yeah, it doesn't line up perfectly. That's fair. I mean, it didn't seem like Revan was ordering the flat-out destruction of much, from everything I've heard. But that doesn't mean there wasn't an exception or whatever. Possible Candace just believed it was Malak without knowing the whole truth? Also that. Candace wasn't exactly privy to behind-the-scenes schemes of the Jedi Civil War. A mercenary by that time and would only know things about the war from hearsay. Destruction of Telos being a message makes sense. Yeah. Puppy. Did somebody say something earlier about bringing... Oh, no. It was what Yobi said earlier about taking the most capable Jedi, stripping away the Force, and watching what happens. When I read the first segment, like the first few words of the sentence, I thought you were talking about who to take with me on Telos. And then I realized as I was reading it what you actually meant, but then I still thought I remembered that somebody said something about bringing a Jedi with me or something, bringing my strongest Jedi with me. Hard to say for sure, but Revan and Malak definitely had their differences. Revan was much more calculating. Revan was still evil as fuck. wasn't about bombing planets by a long shot. Welcome back. Ever. As the former question mark Darth Treya, yes, that part, and she shed some light on some things that make Atris make a little more sense. Especially if it results in a net positive for Revan's regime. Andrews does say, everyone knows it was Malik who ordered the attack on your people. Press. You can blame Revan for that. Hugo, welcome in. Accelerationist theory in a nutshell. Remember the computer from the first game? And you let the attack happen answer? Sacrificing people to strengthen your rule was in Revan's cards. Ooh. Oh yeah. Oh yes, so many things Revan did were quite dark. There was brilliance to it. Strategy in a utilitarian way. Yeah. Is there anybody in particular who I really need to bring with me? Or is it pure vibes based at this point? And or are there influence opportunities here? Because you never know. But I have apparently failed. If we're this close to endgame, then either there are more influence opportunities somewhere, or I missed too many and failed my mission to prestige everyone who could be prestiged and create my own little mini Jedi starship crew. So, attempting to determine which one at the moment. It was more like Hulk smash. One in the game, most things will be just whoever you want. One notable exception is the game might force. Haha, I see what you did there, yep. Okay. Can gain influence with Aten at this point, but obviously that isn't needed. I'm guessing you have to have maxed them out in order to prestige them, right? So the fact that I was able to give Aten a prestige class means that I was correct about being maxed out with him. Pretty much? Okay. I'm debating because on the one hand, I have no idea how the fuck I was supposed to get influence with Mandalore if the influence opportunities are basically past at this point. I mean, I've only had him for, well, it feels like no time at all. Basically one short planet. Plus a little bit, I guess. But I have no idea how they expected you to do that, especially if he's supposed to have, like, plot-relevant dialogue or plot-relevant influence unlocks. I'm pretty sure I had him on Andron with me the entire time. At least the vast majority of the time. Don't really get much for high influence with Mandalore anyway. Okay. Well, good to know I wasn't somehow missing things. So many good options. just based on feels alone, I'm already torn between Atten, Beodur, and Disciple. Atten because he's been with me from the very, very beginning, and there's something a little bit poetic about that. Beodur and Disciple because of those really interesting responses. Beodur's comment about I know you can hear me, it's why I follow you, etc. Very sweet. It makes me want to take him with me. Disciple's whole thing about please don't go alone. Also very sweet. Visas is my combat like ace. She's got both the strong heals and the AoE blast them all to hell skills. Certain characters get you pretty interesting combos with high influence. Others, HKs are probably the most interesting. Unfortunately, I missed out on, I think, all of those, honestly. I think I've lost influence with him once. I was going for negative with HK. The problem is it took too long to realize that that's what I needed to do, and then I wasn't taking him with me because I was focusing on other people, and then the game was over. Or getting close to it, anyway. Okay, so if it doesn't matter for influence reasons, then between Atten, Beodur, Disciple, and Visas, do any of them have like particularly interesting or poignant comments or anything in this next section that make them a more interesting choice to take than others? Between Atten, Beodur, Disciple, and Visas is kind of who I'm thinking. Not really. Remember, this game's ending was rushed as fuck. Oh, yeah, I had forgotten about that. Also, is this going to be an area where I can't swap out companions? Because that might also influence my decision. Because if they're not going to let me trade out my team, then it means I need to go in prepared for a rough battle just to be on the safe side. Our team restored a lot of goodies, so no need to worry. Still a lot of good character moments to come. Don't remember. Fair enough. Handmade. Flawed but beautiful masterpiece, never allowed to fully bloom like a late flower in early frost. Poetically accurate. Oh yeah. Realize it's been a hot minute since I saved. Females canon. I think somebody told me that earlier too. Which is kind of a neat twist, especially for 2004. Actually, I'm inclined, I think, to go with Theodore and Disciple this time. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to... The cat just woke up and is sleepily squeaking next to my chair. So I expect he wants dinner. Before we jump into Tilos, it seems like a good place to... It's going to need to get up to feed him anyway. Seems as good of a time to do a BRB moment as any. If you guys will give me just a couple minutes, I will be back as quickly as possible. Fellow traveler, you're far from your home world as well. I'm a cheer. So is done Starfarer, an honest trader. Because every trader who sells himself as an honest trader is famously known to be exactly that.
Already been plundered.
What do you know about the Enclave?
Nothing but rumor. They say the spirits of the angry dead haunt the ruins. On a quiet night, you can hear the ghosts howling and scraping around.
Seems very un-Jedi-like to haunt a place like that. Here comes equipped with a rocket launcher. Holy shit. Keep a rocket launcher in a crop top? What the fuck? Grenades, darts, and rockets. It also does not trigger mines. Interesting. It's an odd trait to have, but quite handy. I wonder if that makes her better or worse at detonation. Or demolitions. The skill, not the... obviously. Sick for a while, but much better now, thanks. I'm glad you're feeling better. Alright, we're gonna risk it. D3, you good? You alright there, little buddy? I think we left Mira behind, too. Wait. Did I go the wrong direction? Absolutely went the wrong direction. What the fuck just happened? Well, that was weird. Although, after the whole trying to kill me thing, it was less of a, I'm deciding that I'm here and I'm staying and you can suck it up sort of thing than it was a, wait, why did you save my life when I tried to kill you sort of thing, and me being like, it's okay, just don't do it again kind of thing, I guess. What I'm trying to say is that Goto was fucking disrespectful about it, damn it. I was like, why would I want you? And he's like, you better take me, or you'll regret it. And I'm like, fucking hell. I don't actually remember the exact details, but I remember very distinctly there being a threat involved. I don't appreciate that.
What's wrong with my remote?
I find his use of resources, energy spent on frivolous things, to be an unsightly waste. But it is obvious you have some skill, however slight, in the upgrading of machines. I want you to provide me with similar upgrades.
I should be able to do something. I will see what I can do next time I have a free moment.
I'm convinced we have the two most insufferable droids in the galaxy on our ship. Both of them. Kyle was therapy compared to... Exactly. He was therapy compared to Atris. That's a really good way of putting it, yes. It's like... He would have been nice to talk to if I hadn't interacted with Atris most recently. But since I had just interacted with Atris, he was like a beam of sunshine. I hope he doesn't die, because I like him. Not entirely because of how opposite he is from Atris, just to be clear, but partially that. Also, why... It doesn't have the one question I would really like to ask, which is... Why the fuck would I let tech controlled by you stay on my ship? I feel like being gifted a droid by someone you have no reason to trust is sort of like being given a computer chip and told, oh, just plug it in and don't worry about it. You know? It's like... Yeah, but I'm not sure I really want to do that. Maybe my last entry. I tried to navigate the vents beneath the docks to meet up with Suyin, but the map's showing static and I can't get a fix on my position. Oh god. The vent doors keep sealing behind me. That's not a good sign. The gas mask's running out of air, and there's only a few charges left in my plasma torch. I'm not going to last much longer if I don't find an exit port.
This is how legends are made.
Oh, I am so doomed. If I can't even use open doors to figure out where I've already been, oh god. +1 awareness and recovered some of your connection to the Force. Sweet. And I gained some influence with her. Nice. I need to remember to talk to her more often. Went from sassy grandpa to grumpy grandma, but she's useful. There's a buzz of static from your map screen, as if the interface in the tunnels is scrambling the map. Oh, great! They stuck me in a network of tunnels that no doubt look all exactly the same, without a minimap. I am so fucking doomed. Oh god, I am so doomed. Also, why... It doesn't have the one question I would really like to ask, which is... Why the fuck would I let tech controlled by you stay on my ship? And we're back. Thank you guys for your patience. And Darth Ronan, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. I saw it pop up on my phone, and for a half a second, I was very, very concerned that I had somehow forgotten to put my alerts on my BRB screen and it wasn't going to play. I was like, oh no. What did I do? And then it played. Thank you for that, and I appreciate it. Apparently my clip shuffler fixed itself, because those first couple of clips were ones I literally made yesterday. I thought it only added new ones when I manually remade the browser source. K2, thank you for the follow. Onion, how's it going? Good to see you. What's happened so far? We had the Jedi Enclave, and all the Jedi Masters are dead now. Not my fault. I didn't do it. I know everybody's gonna want to say I did it, because everybody wants to blame me for progress too, but it wasn't me. And Freya had the most badass entrance ever. And all my crewmates said really sweet things. Both to me and about me. And now we have landed on Telos. I only halfway know what the fuck's going on. And I'm trying to figure out who to take with me. I think that's basically the short, rundown version. Kreia said, they'll come, but it'll be too late to save either of them. So I assume she knows something I don't about the bond. I assume that she has reason to know that it won't actually kill me then, if she dies. Obviously, that was always a theory, since, not exactly something you can test ahead of time. I missed your reaction to Kreia deleting the Masters. Deleting the Masters is a good way of putting it. Holy shit. Yeah, the VOD will be up. That whole segment, the whole Enclave bit, will also be a highlight at some point. But I'm trying to put the highlights out in order, and I'm very behind. The last one I did was our first arrival in Dantooine, which means I'm 2 months behind. It's on my to-do list for this week to get caught up, though. But yes, the VOD will be up regardless. Oh yeah, and hologram Karth appeared again. And I learned both Kreia's and Disciples' real names. Also, apparently Kreia was the one who asked me to be exiled. Also, apparently she wasn't lying to me about having made people forget. It just wasn't the entire council, it was apparently just Atris. I'm inclined. I don't know whether it's going to let me swap out companions if I end up needing stronger combat companions. And by stronger combat companions, I am primarily thinking of Visas, because holy shit, that woman is a force to be reckoned with. But regardless of whether they're going to let me swap eventually or not, I'm inclined to go with Disciple, because we just had that very sweet conversation where he asked me not to go alone. And Theodora, because apparently he's always known I can hear his thoughts. Apparently it's why he followed me. And for some reason that is very touching to me. I find that very sweet. That and, well, the combination of that and the fact that he only is just now bringing it up. Love how Kreia points out that applying titles to someone doesn't actually explain who they are. So true. Oh. Seriously? You gave me this whole dialogue with Disciple where his exact quote was, "I will understand if you feel you must go alone, but I ask that you do not. Instead, take strength from your connections to others. Do not forsake them as you did in exile." And then the game's like, nope, no companions for you. Well, that's annoying. Okay. All of that deliberation was kind of silly in hindsight. Oh, of course I've looted it already. Why wouldn't I have? Yeah, thank you for the follow. Just want to check. Okay. I just want to make sure, because I knew I had taken my Ardenroot crystal out. But I wanted to make sure that I had actually put it back in again. The Papa Roach song. Actually, Oh god, this is gonna echo. I caught it. Name of the song? Falling Apart by Papa Roach. It's like the first handful of words of the whole song. Which is why it kind of sounds like it cuts off in an awkward place. Because it kind of does. The full line is, I'll follow you out of the dark, if that helps. But I had to cut it off mid-sentence, partially for length and partially to make it make sense. Too quiet. I don't like it. Hearing rumors and big talk that news Jedi KOTOR remake will be announced at Game Awards? Ooh! No, I hadn't heard that. When are the Game Awards? That's exciting. That came out sounding sarcastic. I didn't mean it that way. I don't know why it came out sounding that way, but not what I meant. I'm guessing I'm going up to the meditation chamber, but I'm going to try the turbo lift door now that I've cleared this floor anyway. I say I've cleared like there was anybody to clear out, but okay. Door's open this time. December 11th. Oh, okay. Thursday. Awesome. That's very exciting. Med chamber was going to sound too much like medical. I don't know what it is in me that always wants... In situations like this where everything is too quiet, I always find myself wanting to skirt around the outside edge of the room because the center of the room just feels like a trap. Alright. Here goes nothing.
She said you would come here to this place. If you think you can defeat me here, you are wrong. All this collected knowledge, all these teachings of combat and the Force, they're mine to command. And if I must use it to end you, I will. Surrender. You need not die.
Oh. Probably a pretty good way to piss her off real quick if that's what I want to do. You must fear death to beg for your life, so. Excuse me. I can't believe Terrace Atris. They were fighting one to the death before ever. No, I have a feeling you're probably right. Skirting around the room is D&D for awareness. Touche. I've just been doom scrolling. I find the third option kind of funny. I will not fight you. Surrender and I will spare you. Well, which one is it? Because there would be no need to spare her if I'm not going to fight her. That one seems weird. Their fourth option is very funny. But I'm also a little pissed off that she's still wielding my lightsaber. I'll use the dark side to defeat you, but I'm a Jedi. Yeah, really. That said, I drove her absolutely mad the last time we spoke. By being far too calm and rational and good-hearted for what she was so desperately clawing to paint me as. And that was funny as hell. It was an exercise in patience, but it was funny as hell. We shall fight with lightsabers and complicated feelings. Yeah, pretty much sums it up. I mean, who wouldn't want to have lightning powers? Fair. But also... Expected reaction from someone who turned to the dark side? Oh yeah, exactly. Of course, I didn't quite see that at the time. I thought she was just not as good at being a Jedi as she tried to portray herself as. The fact, I think the fact that she went through the whole conversation with me and kept trying to paint me as the bad guy, it felt more like insecure Jedi desperation than anything that I, at least as the player, have interacted with as far as the dark side. So that's what I thought it was. It does make more sense now, though. Though, as I understand, you have to want to hurt people to use it, so... Supposed to be my hero. Most of the time you probably have to want to hurt people to use a lightsaber. Let her unravel herself by being the good person you are. It's kind of what happened last time, and it ended satisfyingly well. I think just... I will take a minute to shout out the delightfully snarky option number 4. Shout out to the writer there. But yes. I think we just keep playing the same game with her. Because the more I channel the good person I am, that is the route to satisfying pettiness. Atris, you've fallen to the dark side. Surely you see that.
Atris? That is not who I am. Not any longer. She has not existed for some time, I think. There was always something else within me. It just took time for its voice to be heard.
Just kiss her? I mean, or who said that? I got hacked. What happened to you?
The old woman you traveled with finally made me listen to myself, to the galaxy. She said that you would come here, and that you would face me in battle.
What is this place?
All the knowledge of the Sith, gathered from across the galaxy, brought here by my servants, so that I might uncover their secrets, and use them to track them down. But now they have been drawn from the shadows of the Outer Rim, and the only final matter to attend to is finishing you.
Do you know where the Sith are striking from?
I do not know, yet, but it does not matter.
Really?
They have come here to face the Republic in battle, and they will be destroyed.
Spoken like someone who's never been in a battle, let alone commanded one. I mean, as a player, I haven't either, but my character sure as hell has, and I feel like it's not super presumptuous for me to make that statement. Old woman. It gets wonky from here. Bring on the wonk, I guess. Somehow I feel like she has a mental justification for having placed everyone on the Citadel Station in jeopardy. Like, somehow I have a feeling that she's got a ready comeback for that one. Atris Master Tactician, right. When the Sith are defeated, what then?
When the Sith are destroyed, then I shall rebuild the Jedi Order again. They shall have none of the weaknesses of before. They shall be strong, willing to take battle to any who oppose them and weaken the Republic. They shall not train those who are easily corrupted. No more students that will bring war and hate to the galaxy.
Ow. No, they're just gonna be strong and fighters. But not students who actually want to fight. Just students who are fully capable of it. Sounds a little delusionally contradictory to me. Perfect Manchurian candidates. I mean, I don't know whether I was going to say I don't know whether it's scarier that she seems convinced that this is a thing that can happen, or but then I forgot the second thing I was going to say. And then I realized that, no, I think the scariest part is that she thinks that this is possible and that she's actually going to do it and that she believes this is a thing that will happen. Yeah. Gotta plug my phone in. Okay. I leave the screen up for stream manager control panel, basically, but I forgot to plug it back in after break. Option 1 is so good. You spent the last 10 years in your room with a bunch of Sith holocrons. I mean, yeah. Yeah. And it seems like had very little real world experience prior to that too. Like, seems like she didn't get out much, so to speak, before all of that. I'm watching too much Fox News. Atris, you will make the Jedi into the Sith.
The Sith are the Jedi are the Sith. What matters is that they be preserved, all the lore, all the teachings brought to a new generation. I am the last of the Jedi, and I will show them this truth. Bring it to the galaxy.
What her job was before. She might have mentioned it in our prior discussion, but our prior discussion was like 4 hours long. There's a highlight on the YouTube channel, which is the only reason I know that, and I could be off by a fair bit, but it was multiple hours, like at least 3 hours long. So, and it was also a while ago, so she may have mentioned it, but I don't remember. Wasn't she, like, librarian or something? Remember it being, I seem to remember it being something that came up, essentially, yeah. I remember thinking, oh, well, that explains why you seem... I was torn between saying why you seem so dumb and why you seem so naive, because neither one felt 100% accurate. She's kind of both, I guess. Dumb because she's naive, but also thinks she's not, I guess. Weakness, like when you fled KOTOR and Dantooine.
I did not flee. I did what was necessary to fight the Sith and preserve the last of the Jedi.
And who decided that that needed to be you? And you left the Jedi to die on KOTOR.
Yes, I sensed what would happen on KOTOR. It was I who leaked knowledge of its presence in the hopes of drawing the Sith out. I will not deceive you. I knew what could happen there, but it had to be done to make the Sith reveal themselves. But I did not know the extent of their power, and what that meant for the Jedi. I will not underestimate them again.
Holy shit. Okay. I was fully expecting the cowardice. I was not expecting her to admit that she basically used a huge majority of the living Jedi, including the Council, from my understanding, as involuntary bait. Holy fuck, this woman. I'm glad I hadn't selected we need to band together, fight the Sith. Partially, it was because I don't think she's in touch with reality enough to have any idea that she needs my help. Not that, like, you know, trust issues and her being determined to be convinced that I'm a villain, all of that stuff aside, she genuinely thinks she can handle it. So it's not a compelling argument. That's basically why I hadn't chosen it before. Now I'm even less inclined to pick it if it comes up again, because good grief, with with an ally like that, who the fuck needs enemies? Jesus. Sacrifice an entire planet. Let's not forget about that. Yeah. Higher race, too, yeah. I kind of know the answer to 2 already, at least somewhat, because I know what Visas told me, anyway. She's also responsible for Visas Mar. Yeah. So assuming I'm not going to get to come back to whichever of these... Excuse me. Whichever of these I don't choose, I think that would be the one I'd be the least bummed about not getting to ask, because I kind of already have at least somebody's answer-ish about it. Frog was just a gigantic ass. Atris is a verifiable murderer. Yeah, self-confessed too. Now I have an end to my previous sentence. I don't know what's worse. The fact that she is so dumb and naive and blind to reality that she thinks she can handle the Sith herself, or the fact that she genuinely believes that sacrificing an entire planet, an entire race of people, and a shit ton of the Jedi was not only justifiable, but, like, somehow the valiant thing to do. Like, a difficult but necessary sacrifice for her. This woman is fucking insane. Let us try to be a little fair. I doubt anyone would have planned for Visas as master. Yeah, true. But correct me if I'm wrong here. The whole reason that the Jedi, from what I remember from what Visas told me, the whole reason the Jedi were gathering on KOTOR was to try and figure out what was going on with the Sith, because they were already being attacked, right? They just hadn't been wiped out en masse yet. So they already knew that there was a significant threat out there, significant enough that they all had to get together on a particularly force-sensitive planet to try to figure it out. So, I mean, no, nobody would have planned for Visas as master specifically. But just the context, if I'm not forgetting a detail or something, or if I'm not mixing up details here, if I've got that context right, then they are... context clues alone should have been enough of a hint that this might be more than what they could handle if it was, you know, lured out and fed a planet full of people. Jesus. Meeting to try and figure out what was attacking them from the shadow, so yes, yeah. I was debating between 1 and 3. But the more I think about it, the more I think I probably know the answer to 3. She didn't warn the Jedi because the Jedi would have said no. They might have changed their plans. They probably wouldn't have been dumb enough to trust her with the location of the new meeting. And all of that is just the practical reasons. I'm sure there was also some thought in her head of, I know what needs to be done, and they're too dumb to see it. And them knowing is just going to interfere with my genius plan. Something like that. It's going to be something insufferable like that anyway. Yeah, exactly. And she thinks she knows better than literally everybody in the galaxy, so can't have her plans foiled. Her plans are all genius, after all. I think maybe drive home the point here, also for poor Visa's sake. You were responsible for the murder of an entire planet.
As are we both. You who brought the screams of Malachor to the galaxy. Do not preach to me. You lead by example, you always have. You knew what was necessary at Malachor 5, and the stakes in this war are higher than you know. It is a war of extermination, of total annihilation.
I'm trying to remember. It's been too long, and it was too long of a conversation. I was trying to remember what specifically she said about Malachor specifically in our last conversation. Most of the conversation was about me choosing to go to war to begin with. But I would be very curious. Might have to go back and skim through that VOD later. Because now I'm curious if she dropped any tidbits. Because here it kind of sounds like she's justifying my choice at Malachor. As a way of, like, tangentially justifying her own choice, I suppose. Oof. Oof indeed. I mean, no, she's not wrong. She's just dumb. Yeah, retroactively. I was just wondering if there were any hints of that in our previous conversation that I might have missed. Because I wouldn't have been looking for it then. What were the Jedi doing on KOTOR?
They hoped to gather, to use their combined knowledge of the Force to see, to listen to the currents of the galaxy. They hoped to find out what was happening to the Jedi, why they were dying. And they discovered it. It revolved around you, as it always has. It is you who have tried to end us.
This would be a pretty funny time to be like, we don't have time for this. We need you guys to stop Sith. That's too much realism for her to listen to, even if I thought she would make a good ally, which I don't anymore at all. Me?
Yes. From the destruction of KOTOR, a vision emerged. It is the last act the Jedi were able to perform before the planet was destroyed. So that is why I arranged for you to return to the Republic. so that I might draw the Sith out and end them.
That makes no sense. Why me?
Is it not obvious? You are one of the Sith, fallen at Revan's side. The path to them lies through you.
I'm sorry. The depths of her own delusion just reached, like, critical hilarity levels. A lot of her issues stem from a lack of control in her own life. She wasn't able to control the Mando Wars or your decisions, and she wasn't able to reconcile your defiance of the Council with her loyalty to the Jedi. Later on in the aftermath, I think she actually decided you were justified. Decided to exact her own control on events as she thought you did, leading to KOTOR Krea's successful manipulation of her. Interesting. A lot of her criticisms of your projection. Yeah. Now that I know that she also has all the Sith holocrons and shit here, that, I mean, I was identifying some projection in our last conversation anyway, but that was without even having the full context. She acts like you're stupid. Is it not obvious? Yeah. That's what boggles my mind. Is that there's not a second of doubt that she might have gotten it wrong. She thinks I'm so stupid that I don't know what I am. But she knows what I am. It hasn't even occurred to her that you don't know me like that, bitch. Hey, she tries to be like you, knows she can't, and hates it. Projects her flaws onto you, yeah. The irony that if you think about it, she's projecting the flaws she knows she has. She's not projecting her actual flaws. Otherwise, she would think me naive and dumb. She's projecting what she knows are her flaws, which is her dance with the dark side, so to speak. I don't know why that's the phrase that came to mind, but there we go. Her Sith-oriented motivations and thought processes and alignments and actions. That's the part she knows she's projecting on me, because I guess subconsciously somewhere down inside of her she sees that as I guess whatever remains of the Jedi part of her still sees that as a flaw. Just, I guess, an acceptable one, which she's then projecting on me. But she's always accused me of being evil and malicious and a Sith and on the dark side. She's never accused me of being too dumb to know anything about reality. You're a hero that failed to live up to our expectations, but also using your past to justify current extreme measures. Yeah. Consciously, she knows you're right, but everything she's been taught says you're wrong. Shatters her world and destroys her mental health. Also hilarious that 2 dialogue options in succession start with "that makes no sense." Because it doesn't. But yes, that is pretty funny. Missing connection they won't explain straight up. That makes no sense. I'm not allied with these Sith.
The pronouncement on KOTOR was clear, and you are the key. And look, you have come to battle me, Sith versus Jedi, as was intended.
Aw. I was kind of hoping there would be an option, kind of like how I was able to trip her up in our previous conversation by subverting her expectations over and over and over and over again. It's really funny when somebody is so convinced that they have this like crystal clear image of who you are painted in their head that they're so attached to and they're so vocal about. It's really funny how easy it is to consistently subvert their expectations. And how rattled they get by it too. I kind of wish there was an option. They gave me one earlier that was like, there's no need for us to fight. I kind of wish there was an option similar to that, or something along the lines of, who said I came to fight you? Like, just something like that that would just, like, throw her completely off, you know? What was this pronouncement on KOTOR?
It was a vision. It showed you, standing upon the many battlegrounds of the Mandalorian Wars. The Duxan jungles, the destroyed cities of Onderon. Whatever this threat we faced, it was from something you had done, and like all things would return to you. All echoes do.
Oh, that's interesting. She said something about it being the last thing that the Jedi on KOTOR were able to accomplish, or something like that. I'm imagining this like a giant projector, sort of. Or like a country-sized hologram projected on the clouds of KOTOR or something. Where she's like seeing it from off-planet, right? Because she ran. Which is really funny because assuming they were looking for some form of wisdom from the Force, you have to know what question was asked in order to know what the answer means, right? Like, she fled. So, depending on how long these things take to conjure up, or whatever the sci-fi equivalent of a conjuration would be, depending on how long it took to do, it's entirely possible that she never heard what knowledge they were trying to produce. Yeah, because it began with you? Okay, then. Could have been the past, the future, it could mean anything.
No. Behind it all was a terrible echo. The Jedi on KOTOR did not realize the significance of this. They had not stood in judgment of you so long ago. They had not heard the same echo I did when you stood before us, and when we cast you into exile.
Oh, great. So she's also the only one wise enough to interpret this correctly. Fantastic. You have to know what the question is to know what the answer means. That makes me think of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. You know, now that you mention it, it does sound, despite never having read it, it does sound kind of like something that would kind of go in with a lot of the other Hitchhiker's Guide references that I know of. What is the echo?
Of course, you still do not know. The Jedi Council was not sure you would believe
Nobody
it
but you knows.
and I'm not sure they fully believed it themselves. It is why they wanted to exile you. So there, beyond the Outer Rim, you would come at last to hear that echo and understand what happened. It was why you deserved death, and why I wished you executed.
Wait. We should just discuss this over dinner at the restaurant at the end of the universe. Okay, so just to clarify, she did say, right, that she was the only one who heard this echo. Not the other Jedi. So I'm guessing when she was talking about the rest of the council, she was talking about, like, she told them about the echo and they listened to her, right? Oh, other Jedi felt it. Then what was it she was saying before, that she was the only one who something... Sure, she thought it was mostly harmless. I don't know, she spots a lot of bullshit. Fair. But what is the echo?
It is the sound of life in agony. It is a wound in the Force that has yet to close. War, destruction. These events leave wounds in the galaxy, in all life. The death of one can send echoes through hundreds, even thousands, across many planets. If not checked, then it spreads until nothing is left. Something that you had done in the past has caused this new threat. This death of all Jedi, and you were responsible for it. It was only proper that you be brought back to face your crime. You had killed countless Jedi once. The deaths of more Jedi were not beyond you.
None of the Dantooine Council knew the echo. Okay. I always liked the echo idea. Interesting. It does make a certain amount of sense. Like, even in a world where obviously we don't have the Force, it still... It makes enough sense to be able to understand the concept and, like, see how that could happen, even when you're talking about it in a context that doesn't exist in our world, right? The Grey Jedi. Regrets that make one more human, therefore closer to the Force. Shakespeare stuff, yeah. It just maybe has more of an existential fear. Your echo? All the council recognize the significance. Gotcha. I caught most of something she said, or the tail end of something she said about, I was the only one who something. I thought she had said she was the only one who felt the echo, but I very well may have missed a line. If it's still there, whenever I get to the end of this conversation, I'll go back. That said, my last conversation with Atris would suggest that a good deal of the message log might be gone by the time we're actually done. All three of the first three options are so good. Because I've seen that she has the hardest time handling it when I am flat out upfront about the truth of what I did and why I did it. It tends to throw her off because it's not what she wants it to be, right? So hammering home the point of, I did nothing, It's kind of like that. The closest I can get in her insanely delusional state to like grabbing her and trying to plant her feet back down in reality for half a second. Not that it ever gets anywhere for very long, but for clarification, the massive loss of life at Malachor resonates with you individually through the Force. Right. Actions have consequences, like Chris said. Crystal Cave. Jedi proverbially bigger wings. Yeah. Adepts can feel the pain and suffering it causes pain. Yeah. That's the echo. Strong enough it can kill. That's why you cut yourself off from the Force. If you didn't, pain of those dying around you would have killed you. Yeah, that makes sense. A piece is a lie. You're with the well-timed Sith code coming in there. I think number 2 is too vague. Or it's not specific enough to keep her from coming back with something I have done, even if it's not in the context she was literally just talking about. Reason you're so quote-unquote dangerous. Okay, the echo of that tragedy with you. Confirmed as fuck. Yeah. I mean, it's both confirmed as fuck and confusing as fuck. I was actually thinking just a few minutes ago that it seems an awful lot like all the Jedi and quote-unquote Jedi, Atris, are basically being like, oh my god, this person survived a horrific tragedy and had to do it in an excruciatingly painful way that nobody else could handle.
I can kill you with my brain.
That's what I should tell her. I think I just tell her, kill you with my brain. Well played, Yobi. Well played. Anyway, it seems an awful lot like they're being like, oh my gosh, this person went through unspeakable agony to survive this horrific tragedy. And they actually managed to, and they're starting to reconnect from this, like, gaping wound in themselves where the Force got disconnected. Oh god, we better go kill her now. Like, that's kind of what it feels like. I mean, I'm not saying that the exile is completely innocent. Sounds like Malachor 5 was some pretty bad shit, but still, like, the fact that the reason they want to kill me is because I survived horrific, agonizing tragedy. Barely. And somehow my suffering is a reason to now annihilate me. You're right, it's confusing as fuck. These two keep coming up, so I'm going to hope that this one will come up again, because I do want to ask it. But conversations with her seem to go best when I don't let her assume when I don't let her assume that because I didn't deny her claim, therefore I'm implicitly admitting to it. Really interested in punishment, not healing. Yeah. Although the other the rest of the Dantooine Jedi Council too, kind of felt like it's not a punishment, but because you've been through this horrific, tragic shit that hurt you so bad, we must now annihilate you. I'm not saying that that's the only thing there is to it. I'm just saying that that's kind of the vibes it's giving. It's twofold. You carry the devastating echo of that tragedy with you, which can be exploited, but also you represent the notion that one can live without the Force, which is an existential terror for Jedi and Sith alike, who define themselves, thank you, that makes more sense, forming themselves, define themselves on their connection to the Force. That also makes sense. You know, when you put it that way, when you put it that way, I almost kind of wish that I had picked the, if that's what's necessary, then I accept option when they were talking about taking the Force away from me again. Because I would have been really curious to see their reactions to that. Because you make a good point there. It would have basically been sheer defiance of that existential terror in them. Excuse me. I had nothing to do with the deaths of the Jedi following the Mandalorian Wars.
If you were responsible for the threat, then you would answer for it. If not, then you would draw the Sith from hiding so that they might be defeated. Either way, you deserved your fate.
I love how she supposedly accounted for either if you're directly responsible for the deaths of these Jedi after the Mandalorian War, or even if you're not. Like, she had supposedly accounted for both of those possibilities, but she never once accounted for the possibility that I wasn't in league with the Sith. Because, God forbid, that couldn't possibly be true. That vision on KOTOR, is it the future or the past?
It may have been both. The
She doesn't
past,
know.
The future, both linked. The only aspect of the vision that was certain was you.
Oh, well, great. I guess you can just make it mean whatever you want it to mean, then. Sheesh. Why did you not warn the Jedi what would happen?
They knew the risk, because they sought to hide, to reflect, to hesitate while our numbers thinned and Jedi died. They knew the risks in going to KOTOR, and they deserved what happened to them. It was their punishment for hiding from the galaxy, for hiding from me.
Okay. I was expecting all sorts of bullshittery out of her for that one, but I will admit, she managed to dodge all of my anticipated paths of bullshittery and invent an entirely new bullshittery I did not see coming. My god, so many good options. Unfortunately, there is no option to point out that they couldn't possibly have known the risks of one of their own literally phoning up the Sith and being like, yo, I know where they're all gonna be and when. Here you go. Like, no, I'm pretty sure they did not know that that was one of the risks. Hatris is the sole judge and jury of what it means to be Jedi. I mean, she kind of made sure of that, didn't she? Well, she did her damnedest too, anyway. I'm not 100% clear on whether Kreia killed the masters on Dantooine. Well, she didn't, did she? We were talking about this earlier. It wasn't that she actually killed them, it was that she cut them off from the Force and that killed them. So, never mind then. Number 2 is true. They deserve no such death, no one did. But I also think that's the weakest of the options as far as driving home her insanity, or attempting to anyway. I'm like driving a wooden stake through a concrete wall. I'm not getting anywhere, but maybe I can at least rattle her a little bit before I end up having to just kill her with my lightsaber. More interesting, anyway. I mean, I will say, she keeps blowing my mind with new levels of what the fuck, so that's something we wouldn't have gotten if we gone straight to lightsabers. This bitch is crazy. She really is. I find number 3 interesting. They have not abandoned the fight. Present tense. You and the Sith forced them to fight another way, to protect others. The masterful dialogue boss. Indeed. To be fair, this is exactly how my last conversation with her turned into a 3.5-hour YouTube video. Three has a little bit of power as a comeback. Because it uses they in the present tense, which very subtly refutes her claim of being the last Jedi. Arguing with your manipulative ex, the video game. Manipulative delusional ex. It also lumps her in with the Sith as being... It basically says the Jedi are still here, they're still fighting. You just wouldn't understand because you were working with the Sith. Which is interesting. I don't think it's worded quite as... When one is as dumb and delusional as Atris, you kind of... The points have to be clear and sharp and, like, super poignant for them to actually hit home. Otherwise, like, if they require too much thinking about, then she's just gonna brush right past it. Did Jedi fight another way, or is she right that they just hit? I think she has a point there. Does she? I was gonna say, I don't think it's worded as powerfully as some of the others anyway. I feel like this last little bit, the hiding from me maybe slipped out. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if she didn't fully intend to admit that part out loud. Also, looking at option 5 here, if you murdered them out of revenge, then admit it. Kind of calls her out on the fact that she did just contradict herself. Like, originally it was... I had to use them as bait to figure out where the Sith were coming from. And then it turned into, well, also they knew the risks. Well, also I was punishing them. Like, we're edging closer and closer to the real truth here. I mean, there might be a little bit of truth to all of it in her mind, but that core of it that she's trying to avoid in her justifications is getting closer and closer to the surface. I don't think the Jedi refuse to fight out of cowardice, but their indecision is definitely not above scrutiny. Yeah. Agreed. There is such a thing as analysis process. This is true. Apathy is death. Although, to be fair, apathy, I think, would be the opposite of analysis paralysis. Analysis paralysis is like, you get so, like, anxious and worked up with all the different, like, options and pros and cons and considerations for all the options. Like, there's a level of anxiety that causes it, which is kind of the opposite of apathy. Apathy is just, I don't care. And if you don't care, then there's nothing to be paralyzed by because you don't give a shit, right? Dildo. It was funny. The timing was well played. Did you just guess it wasn't apathy? Realize how great option 5 is? Itching to play this again myself and pick that option. I picked that one before. Number 1 would be the strongest if I thought this entire sentence was an accidental admission. If I thought that she just kind of got on a roll and let that slip out, calling her on it might be useful. But I'm not sure that it was that. I think the "for hiding from me" part might have been an accidental admission. But I think she actually saw it as if something happens to them, then that's their punishment for hiding from the galaxy. That part I think she would feel more confident in calling justified. Which could shut down the potency, so to speak, of option 1 real quick. Number 4 is about as straightforward as it gets. I'm sure she's going to come up with a justification or a yes but for anything that I say here. But there is something really hard-hitting about listening to her list of justifications and excuses and justifications and coming back with just boiling it down to its simplest form. So you murdered your own, like a true Sith. Just straight up calling it out. That said, well, I was going to say that said she could always backtrack and go back to the whole, well, I didn't know it was going to be that big of a threat type of thing. But I don't think she's actually going to at this point, because I think the whole punishment thing is a legitimate justification. She just didn't mean to admit that she considered it a personal one also. Formations never picked option 5 either. I think Zezkael was hiding at the very least. Well, I think they kind of all were at the end. My question would just be, like, I feel like before KOTOR, before KOTOR and after KOTOR is two different, like, sets of criteria for what counts as hiding worthy of criticism. Because after KOTOR, I feel like the hiding was kind of the only thing they could do at that point, and was probably the smartest move they could make, from what I've seen anyway. Before KOTOR, different conversation maybe. Don't know if it's me, but there's a big delay for YouTube stream. Try pausing and unpausing. Might have just gotten, like, hiccuped or something. It should be the same as Twitch, I think. Yeah, let me just double check. We're okay over here. Oh. Looks like it's not you. Hold on. It's not you. It's even enough video. I assume that's a connection issue. Give me 1 second. Checking settings to see. crazy thing is that basically I use Atom Multi-Stream. It basically just takes my Twitch stream and forwards it to YouTube. So they both run from like the same instance of OBS, and OBS doesn't think I'm having any issues at all. Which I'm a little concerned might mean there's something wonky with the plugin. I'm gonna try. If I had any idea which one it was, I would do the plugin specifically, but since I don't, we'll do the whole OBS thing. Oh, above normal. Why are you being dumb then? Huh. Is it buffering for you, Cover? Or is it just behind? Oh, hold on. Audio bitrate is 128. What are you talking about? I'm getting messages in my stream health segment that one says suggestion, the audio stream's current bitrate 0 is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend you use an audio stream bitrate of 128 kilobits per second. Which is what my audio stream is set to, so I don't know what they're talking about. And I have 2 errors from the exact same minute 2 minutes ago that say not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. The delay is huge. Damn. Really wish I was better versed in. I was gonna say I wish I was better versed in YouTube Live settings, but actually, most of my actual streaming settings are set through OBS, and are the same on Twitch as on. Because it's literally the same stream. The only thing I can think is and pausing and unpausing didn't catch you up. Sorry, I don't know why I stumbled over that word like a dunce. Sorry, guys. Just don't want YouTube to be broken for people. Thank you, Cover, for letting me know. I'm not sure if there's going to be anything I can do about it. On stream, anyway. Aside from maybe stopping and restarting the YouTube portion of the stream, which I can actually do without stopping the Twitch stream. Might be longer than 20 seconds. Oh, shit. Hold on. I'm catching up on chat. My bad. The Force isn't the enlightened we thought it was, but simply another doom. Consequences to being uber connected to all life. Yeah. Kreia points it out in the early game when talking to Atten. You can survive where they cannot simply because you do not hear the Force as they do. Simple understanding of sensory overload. You have abnormally good hearing. Loud noises hurt you. Hi! It's called hyperacusis. I actually have that. So, yes. Perfect analogy, actually. Abnormally good vision. Brightness hurts you. Elevated sense of the galaxy. Thoughts and feelings of others. Pain and suffering becomes your own. Atten points out how it can be exploited. Hurt the Padawan to get to the Master. Imagine that on a galactic scale. Yeah. I really thought before about whether that last sentence from Atos was a conscious admission or an accidental one. Good to hear your perspective. The hiding from me part? Or the whole line? I feel like she started with what was in her mind the most, like, rock solid justifications. But then when she was challenged on it, she started listing off other justifications that were getting closer and closer to more personal feelings based than any, like, reasonable objective justification, if that makes sense, at least to her. And yeah, I feel like her saying it was their punishment for hiding from the galaxy was sort of she would never have gone to that as her first argument because she knows it's a weak one. But it's still justifiable enough to let it roll off at the tail end of a list of other justifications that are objectively better, if that makes sense. At least in her mind. But yeah, I think the addition of for hiding from me kind of just slipped out with the feelings a little bit. Okay, I don't know what's going on with the YouTube stream, but here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to end the YouTube part of the stream and restart it. So it's going to go down for a minute, and then I should go live again. I don't really know how that works on YouTube. I don't know if you'll have to refresh my channel page to see the new live, or if it'll automatically redirect you when it comes back, like Twitch would. I've been streaming on YouTube for like 6 months, eight months. Sorry. I'm going to give it a good minute after I say this so that everybody actually gets the message. But it should come back. Anybody on Twitch, you should be fine. Because I'm not going to turn off the entire stream. I'm just stopping the forwarding to YouTube and restarting it and hoping like hell that fixes it. Because then I'm out of potential solutions for tonight.